Good evening, and welcome back to Great Ace Attorney. Hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're good. Back to one confused and one mean boyfriend. Yes. But oh, excuse me. If I yawn even more than usual, it's because I'm running on 3 hours of sleep. Please don't mind me. But yeah, I hope you brought your brain cells, or at least like one I can share, because oh god, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really remember that much of the no, I do. Now that I actively think about it, I think I do. It's like Van Zieks was found with a gun, having apparently shot our detective guy. Already so close to 1 year. Holy fuck! I don't know why the... Oh, I don't know why the thing is not working. Why I'm not getting a notification. I'm so sorry. Let me try this again. There we go. Thank you so much. Already so close. Yeah, it's soon. I have big things planned for the new year. I hope it's all going to work out on time. But yeah, last time we are now defending Van Zieks in court against our boyfriend. So that's fun. We know he's not guilty. We don't know how to prove it yet or who it actually was, but he's not guilty. He wouldn't kill. Hey, what's up? How you doing? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Stream got a notification. Okay, then I just missed it. I'm so sorry. If I'm a little slow today, I'm... after stream yesterday, I couldn't fall asleep until like almost 6 a.m. And I've been up all day because we put a bunch of stuff into the apartment, and tomorrow we're going there again to, you know, we literally just dumped it all in there today, and tomorrow we're going to actually build all the stuff, so that's fun. But hey, that's what moving is all about, right? You're also good? I'm glad you are. Are you in the process of moving? Yep. I hope it's all going to work out nicely with my streams. Not gonna lie, I'm not really sure how that's going to work. Like, so far I've always managed to just be home where the computer and the internet are right now. There might be a time where I actually have to kind of cancel some streams because I sadly only own like one computer where I can stream from. I have to see if I can find a in-between solution if I don't have you know, the entire setup in one place. Because I do have a tower PC, I can't really lug that around. all the time, but we'll see about that when it comes to that. Don't feel too bad for taking a break. You get so much. Okay, I try. I can't promise, but I'll try. But yeah, I really, really, really want to finish this game. Finally, we're obviously not going to do that tonight because there's still a bunch left to do. But we're definitely going to finish this chapter today. And then we're going to try and somehow squeeze in chapter 5 and the final chapter of this entire thing. Sometime, I don't know if we can make it in October. Probably not, because I have some stuff planned for Halloween. It's like some spooky stuff, because I'm not doing anything spooky during the entire month, but I would like to try and do some stuff over the Halloween weekend. I'll have to see how that works out. Thank you for the hydrate time, by the way. I have a fresh bottle of water with me. I had dinner. I am... Well, I'm not well rested, but that's okay. We're just going to see where this leads us. Trial part 1? I thought we already reached trial part 2. Oh no. Did we not reach trial part 2? We did, right? It's like the break in between now. 2nd November, 12:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber, which reminds me I need to buy a clock for the apartment. I don't know, something about reading the time in-game just reminded me. Oh, there you are, Odo. Hello. What kept you, my dear fellow? The fact that I have to be present in court. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before? It's pretty hard to swallow. Oh, right, there was this entire thing about him already being dead and him being kind of planted there. You're gonna feel so sad once you finish this game. I know, right? Like, I'm not even there yet. I have not found out all the mysteries yet. But I can feel it. I can feel it because there's nothing new after this for this specific for these specific 2 games. Hello there, good evening. Like, for the normal Ace Attorney, I still have to play both investigation games, both Edgeworth games, and I still have to play the entire Spirit of Justice game. Because I only got to like chapter 3 last time. And that's already been a few years. So I still have something to catch up on that. But if I finish this one, I won't see these characters again. Aside from game, like, official art or fan works. It's the worst feeling as a Attorney game. If the story is amazing, just feels even worse once you finish the game, right? It's like, I want to finish them. I need to find out the truth. But when I'm finished, I will be done. And like that. But that's what makes a good game. If you really feel the emotions, like, oh my god, I'm done now. I think that's what makes a good game, so I'm really looking forward to it. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I. Possibly more shocked than both of you. Okay. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together, even though I'm the one who put it out there. Lucky for you, got more Ace Attorney games. Yes, and maybe, I mean, I am holding out hope for 7th Ace Attorney game, maybe one day. I mean, we finally got a translation, a localization for this thing. Years after the fact, maybe we'll actually get a 7th Ace Attorney game. Who knows? I would like to play as Apollo again and see more of Athena. That would be nice. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death now then. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Ooh. Oh dear, if it was deliberate. It puts me in mind of the last case we worked on. And Dr. Scythe. But it wasn't Dr. Scythe who worked on this one now, right? Because she's not allowed to work anymore, right? Or is she still allowed to work after we found out that she... Yeah, I don't think she's still working now that she killed someone. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Oh, maybe we'll see the two guys again. Come to think of it... You had trouble with those League men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. She killed her, she definitely getting life in jail. Okay, we had people in Ace Attorney who definitely killed, but were still free to go somehow. My sleuth hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Is it hound, right? It's hound, not hound. Why do I keep saying hound? And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suit, I mean. That's right, Suze. And it was me who took him in. Thanks to tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. I love you. Indeed, yours truly. Yeah, you're a very law-abiding citizen, aren't you, Mr. Sholmes? You don't keep secrets from anyone, no. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Oh. Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Or it's something so obtruse that you really can't imagine it at this point. Don't charm with the same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well... Then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. It's very convoluted, not gonna lie. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks, that's a lot of names. And Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. I mean, he originally is a defense attorney. So I think he can very much imagine how we would go about it. What's he really trying to achieve here today? I mean, I trust Kazuma. I think he's only trying for our best while being on the enemy stand. So I trust him. We're working together somehow, kinda. All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. What do you mean all the answers will be revealed? What do you know that I don't? This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Okay. Kazuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? How fucked up the London or the English trials are? Their system and stuff? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Ha ha! You and me both. Good thing we just started. Are you ready then, Miss Susato? Yes. Oh, but hopefully it's not... I mean, it's the second to last, right? It's the second to last trial we'll ever see in this game. It can very well be a long trial, but I hope it's not going to have like 4 parts or something. 2nd November, 1 PM, the Old Bailey courtroom. The way Van Zieks is standing is so funny to me for some reason. It's just with his hands on the side. Like, in the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Baruch Van Zieks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Sogi. My lord. Have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. We think he's standing funny now, and yet he doesn't have his leg on the stand. I mean, the leg on the stand thing is like... That has some effect on me. It's like, oh! It's like... He's asserting dominance that way, but the way he's standing right now is like those Barbie dolls where they're not yet posed, right? Just like daintily standing. left not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. I mean, the good thing about him being in a witness stand, though, is that he cannot put his leg on the fucking table. Very good. Because I doubt those shoes are very clean. By leave, usher the two men into the courtroom. I'm going to be honest, I have no clue why we have these two in here. I do not remember. These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. What? I am Fabien de Rousseau. Oh. A descendant of the great de Rousseau family from Nice. That's not pronounced nice, is it? If it's in France. Nice? I don't speak French, I'm just going to call it nice, I don't care. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I'm the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. So you're Italian? Question mark? Where can I get a never-ending plate of spaghetti like that? Honestly. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. They also graduated from Temsic as the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? No, I don't. I'm a bottom feeder. Hello! I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I'm trying to do, So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? For fun? Oui! Yeah, he's Italian. You could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. The strange combination is at the charm of hilarious brothers. Si, capo. Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Are you about to tell me one of your grandy anecdotes? Evviva! Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Che bello, there it is. The capo's trumpa card, the forward bro. I like his brows though. Small, bushy, very nice. It's deep, capo. The furrow and the meaning of your words. Why is his name Peppino? I don't know. I have no clue. The rest would be like, bruh, I'm tired of your shit. He's like, shut the fuck up. At some point they're probably going to say stuff about the other. Where they will, for some reason, I don't know, reveal their plans on accident because one of them says something wrong. Both are green, but no. I have no clue, sorry. The court has been led to believe that under the ban of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui. C'est va? C'est ça? Bruh, do I need to study French now? What exactly was the nature of this deception by which you plan to defraud? Hello, I will explain it. No, capo. Leave it to me. As you see, we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Those dogs! One day the world will respect us redheads. Every night, he would bury his head in his pillow and we put his injustice. Peppino, enough! I will explain the rest. I find that the crying sound is so funny, like, but with all those lines there. The first step was a newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Wait. Yeah, I'm honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. Should even for Spanish speaking French is difficult. I had Latin in school. And even then, I purged every single ounce of Latin from my brain. So... And that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. Oh, a fee! And with the money to France. It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as choked with red-headed folk like a Costa's orange barrel. And the day in which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. I've seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see it the rest of my life. See. And now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. What about your own hair, then? Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry. The date for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. Because it's a closed court, right? They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. Okay. How does that work? So, Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course. We're always ready to help with the law. He's just eating. That's okay. That's his idle animation now. The man in the photograph. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Aye, capo? No, I don't remember him. Obviously he's dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park. Allora, this victim is nothing to do with us. I like his little face, like, yeah! You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Oh? Tell me more about that. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui. I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man. Okay, you didn't interview him, but that does not mean he wasn't there at the park. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. Okay, never mind then. It must be noted that you have been arrested for grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. With this attitude, we get it nowhere, huh? He's really sulking now. This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads Lime Street, red-headed leak, undercover. I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, Is the park that big? I don't think that makes sense. That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the red-headed leak, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Thank you. Yes, my lord. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Do I remember all my buts? I do not. Okay, he was not in the park. Tell me more about that. I think Peppino will confess everything. Yeah, one of them is definitely going to say something wrong. According to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. That's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally the red hair is very distinctive, right? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could have given us, maybe then we would recall. Okay. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Kazuma said these two had only been shown a photograph and had been told nothing else at all. But would it have fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, his profession. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph, a detective. Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Oh, are you sure about that? Something to add, Mr. De Rossi? See, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did he just say? About the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You've said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I'm an inspector from Scotland Yard. Oh! Ha ha ha! Order! Explain this I'm sorry, the what? Explain this volte-face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man who was at the park said to us that he would... There was no such man. Madai, what are you saying, couple? Have you forgotten that? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, capo, basta. You beat me at the many things, but not two. The memory and the meals. He definitely beats you at brain capacity, though. Because the small one is definitely not getting the hint. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a faster. I love him. But you're inferior to me in every other way, so shut up. That's great, I love them. Oh. Why are we both slamming our hands on the table? Chopped hard. The damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. So you were omitting information from the court? Oui, there was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean-shaven, his eyes were sadder, his chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you're really a detective, show us the proof. Okay. See, the capo here, he doesn't take a no-nonsense, right? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspectors and identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord? Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity if he... Yeah, that makes sense. Clearly the papers were fake. Certo, capo, you're a genius. As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another eye. And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, you're under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. He was fantastical. And look, here's the identification. So he stole it from the man. He had it a-coming. He made us very scared. Okay, valid. But he was not who he said that he was. Can I see that in the identification? Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them. The identification of a man claiming to be a detective inspector confiscated by Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi. Let me see that. Now let us return to the witness's testimony in a second. I want to look at that first. Where is it? Metropolitan Police Warrant card. Can I open it? You're telling me I cannot open this thing? Yes, I can. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Yes, please. Woo! Okay. I cannot read any of that. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Whoa! Wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say... I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. Well, that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all. Oh. Inspector Gregson's police identification. I mean, so maybe that was the real killer. And he stole it from Gregson after he killed him. There's an imposter among us. These victims have nothing to do with us. No, I don't think so. Because there's a very high chance that you met the actual murderer, considering that you stole this fucking thing from him. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question, which we can't answer ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her just say their identification to be stolen. That is the boss's, no question about it. It can't be. Yes, it can. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson. Carrying out an incognito investigation? No, I still don't think so. Gregson desperately traded his ID for more fish and chips. Oh no! Maybe he was wearing a mask. So he looked different, or maybe it was a different person who had stolen his ID. But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose someone, report it at once, he'd say. Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? What are you saying? Unable to... You're not suggesting... Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had a chance to report his identification stolen. No. Yes! That is exactly what I'm saying. Order! Oh, he's saying a lot of order in very small amounts of time. The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? Way. I know nothing. Way. I done nothing. Way. Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? Way. Now I wish I had a return to Italia. Way. Stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, Oh no, they're both crying. Stop your whining and start talking. Peppino, best witness, he is. I know a nothing way, I done a nothing way. Wait, I couldn't actually read what the judge was saying, I'm so sorry. But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again. About these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. Crying out loud. Yeah! Funny. Alright, tell me. The detective and the identification. I love Peppino. Yeah, he's fun. So we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It wasn't nothing like prison, really. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man. But no, see, no. It was not like a prison. He was a very comfortable and a calm and a happy. Aye, couple. It was never part of my plan, I swear it. So you think it was my fault, just because I got the date of the ferry wrong? By a little day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino, I know it! Ooh! We should have killed the detective, everyone, the fuck? No, per favor, capo, it's not fair. I'm still really sad about him actually being dead, though. Because he's not coming back to life. We already had one character who came back to life, who was never actually dead. We shall have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. Oof. I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. We made sure he was comfortable. It wasn't like a prison. He had food and a nice bed. And we let him go the next day. It was just a involuntary stay at a hotel. Kinda. Hi, good evening. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Wait, so they actually took the real detective? Because in my head because they said he didn't look like the guy in the photo, I'm still thinking that they had someone else. But I guess they actually have the real one. So thank you so much for the follow and the higher time. Just a second. An almost full bottle is so heavy. And I had to carry so many heavy things. Today my arms hurt. Detective and identification. You need a where crying command. For 20 channel points, I will wear. So through this we took, you took him prisoner. You didn't think he was a real detective. We took him in. There might have been a little tussle. What do you mean a little tussle? Tell me more about that. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? I'll write it down. Away command. Away command. Okay, it's written down. It was nothing, just a minor incident. The false inspector, he was a real piece of work, capo. Can't spell your name without you. That's very true. What happened? It was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? We chased him. I don't know what that means. And we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, so he escaped in the middle of it? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Who do you think we are? Of course not. He went to... simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. Are you okay? What the fuck is that animation? Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong? I? Me? Well, do you see any other Mr. Rossis here? Something Mr. De Rosso just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about? Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have the capo after you, believe me. And I speak from personal experience. Personal experience. That is enough, Peppino. There's no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the capo here, he came after me like a determined, huh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it. Aye, capo. Bruises, you say? Ah, you wanna see, huh? You wanna see my fantastical bruises? I don't want to see your fucking bruises. Why are they on your neck? That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What did you do, huh? I had to show you, I don't. I show you, I don't. Moral of this trial, never trust Peppino with any secret. Absolutely not. You do now. Allora, if everybody wants to see, then I do it. Ecco, you see? You're still very visible, eh? I'm sorry. That red ring around your neck, you got that when you were dragged back to the house? Did he try to, like, choke you? I said that's enough. I can't read. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word. I don't give a rat's ass about your word, though. It's not really a trustworthy word. Yes, what is your opinion, Counsel? About this red ring around Mr. De Rossi's neck? I wonder. Does it matter? Oh, it does! I don't remember where we saw it, but we did see that. Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck. Aye, Capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? You don't think they accidentally killed him, do you? Hello, hello, good evening! Hi! You didn't miss much yet. We're investigating the two red hats right now. Got still on time to see who done it? Yes! We're hopefully getting there. Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. De Rossi. See, if you really wanted to know. I don't really want to know what you got up to in the middle of the night. That will leave you with such strange marks, but... Put the collar on him and dragged him back, like what he did to me, see? Oh, wait. Is that the same mark, do you think? Because it's a little darkened, it's not the shading. Oh no. Peppino killed Gregson because Gregson said fish and chips were better than spaghetti and Peppino snapped. The day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while walking incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was only. I still don't think they had the actual inspector. I don't remember who. Didn't we see someone who had that thing around their neck? Who was it? I know we saw a character who had that ring around their neck, but I don't remember who. And it was not the inspector. It was you! Remove your collar! No! Oh my collar! However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, Counsel? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. Gonna go have dinner with a small bean. Hello! Hello! You refuse to remove your collar. Ooh, that's super sus. Oh, it's part of me. I will become too powerful if I remove that collar. This collar keeps me to your measly human world. I would be too powerful otherwise. You will see that there's no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar out of the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim who was put in a collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi. Indeed, that is most peculiar. But what we tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning. Many times, Wait, Peppino's right. The man in the photograph is someone different to the man we had captive that night. Ah, see? That's what I've been saying. Order! It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? Because it's a killer! This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. Haha! Gotcha! Someone nicked the actual inspector's ID and poses him, and he didn't even do a good job of it. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the red-headed leak in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But the wrong man, not the fact that they managed to kidnap him. Imagine, like, you are called into court for, you know, all of this, and then it turns out it wasn't actually, like, you didn't actually do anything to the guy who was killed, but you just admitted to kidnapping some other random guy and extorting people for money. So now they got you for two completely different things that are very much against the law, but you're not actually the killers. They're trying to find in this court. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. She's right. Now the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the red-headed leak's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. It is? Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is you've apparently seen? Yes, please tell me? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi? An imposter? An imposter, obviously. Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. Well, no. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's alright. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from a pillar to a post with a dog collar. Mon Dieu, Peppino, I was not so harsh as you say, huh? So who was that false inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. Do I? Like, I know there is someone, but I don't know who. I don't remember. It's been a week since I last played this game. I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? I don't know. Him! He has the ring! Remove your fake bed, my lord. You might declare it and guilty. Has someone asked to amend Gregson's death certificate with the actual date and time of death already? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Goodness me, isn't that one of the witnesses who was on the stand in this very courtroom earlier today? A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by. What on earth would a street seller be doing with the police inspector's identification papers? I don't know. Steal them? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Ah. See, this man is not for the red-headed League guy. He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising. Eh? I mean, he could have put on a wig. Gossip definitely Angelina Jolie's answers. The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Okay, bring him in. Order! By leaf. Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately. Ooh, immediately. The court is... The judge is mad. Yup. Why are you two so proud of that? Well, I never... An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Now what's going on here? I've always had this, me. It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you? Somewhat about an inspector again? But I'm telling you, you got it all wrong as usual. Of course I do, of course. I would never be right in a court of law. You're denying all knowledge of it. Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We're in big trouble, aye, couple. Yep, you are. That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. Okay, what are you going to tell me? The inspector and identification revisited. Ooh. The man who claimed to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. I'm running out of men with weird bruises on their necks, though. He's right, see, you'd think we would have forgot these grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? Maybe he just ate something that made his lips swell. Maybe he doesn't normally look like this. It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. I don't think so. What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. I feel you, Ryunosuke. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I do! I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruto. Thank you. You're my only hope, Susato-san. I love you. You are my baby. The inspector and identification revisited. Okay. It's not him. I don't really... They promised £4 a week. I do not believe you have no interest in that. So, you told the red-headed league, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. I sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town, not sir, not likely. Oh. Hello? Mr. LaRusso. Can I help you? Did Mr. Goss's word just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park, a small house or something. To be the headquarters of your red-headed league, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip with the housing agent? Wait, he had some kind of contract in his hand and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, Joe. I've never left Fresno Street, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else. Someone with the same face. No, the cop was right. I remember it too. He wasn't paying the man with the banknotes. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. How many people do you think there are out in the world that look like you? I was curious why does a man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? No, this is a man, he lies. He tells you that he has a no name. But in fact his name is Huge Boon, eh? He's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? No. I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Unless it's relevant to the case. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. I don't! The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections. I think Peppino's the most honest witness out of every Ace Attorney game in a scary way, because he's just saying stuff. He doesn't care about what it actually means. He's just saying stuff he knows. In a very innocent kind of way. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case, that's what I'm saying. Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Sogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. In what capacity? Hello? It's the guy who owns the apartment where we found him dead. Huge Boon. The name of the leasehold of the room. Well, that was, exactly what I was trying to say, but in less words and more like an actual English sentence. Thank you. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, So who are you? So your real name is Huge Boon. Hugh I don't know how you pronounce it. I'm just saying huge boon. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me on trumpet, but there's no finer paddle of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Hey, if either of us is a vulgar, it's not a me. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit paddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. Well, that's an easy way to get out of stuff you're definitely guilty for. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered has been here under our noses all along. Well, we found it. I rent a room where that fella was found, it's true. For what difference it makes. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? I do wonder, why would you be... Oh! Wait! Yeah, the apples look similar, no? No? That would explain why there is a framed photograph of Miss Vigil in there. Do you think he goes out during the day to sell tidbits looking like this and then goes home to her, assuming that's her husband? Does that make sense? If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why is it that among the space furnishings you found this photograph in the room? I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. He does seem to have the same type of hair. Absolutely. If he takes off his hat, he has the same curls. It's just that both his nose and his lips are really swollen. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it all alone. Just leave it alone. Jesus Christ. As the man says. Leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Oh, are you sure about that? Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Huge Boone? Come on, take those off. Witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court? I mean, I can get why. He was dismissed from his job as, oh, I don't know what they call it, but that prisoner, the thing job he had, because he was aiding a prisoner in escaping or something. If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord? The defense believes I can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. Yes. Yes. Yes! Very well done, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the Street? Where is he? There he is. Ooh. He's 40. Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Ah! I don't recall the name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? Oh, he doesn't know that. From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed lead man. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now just hold on a minute, what I'm talking about, really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. By leave, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. Russo, Mr. Rossi, you will restrain the witness. Oh! Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Oh my god. Ooh. No! Stop! Get off! Please! Don't! They're just fucking grabbing him! Ah, see, now it has more of a purple Ah! Wow. Suddenly his face looks very different. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Oh, and he changed clothes. Lift your hat, sir, so the court can see your face. Believe, call a doctor immediately, the witness's lips fell off. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there's no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. What's he so afraid of? This is a closed trial with no public to attend, so the info about his private life was also stay protected. I think the problem here is because of his past with aid. You know, he lost his job because he aided a prisoner in escaping, and because that one was also from a prisoner from a closed trial. And he probably was not let go without any legal repercussions. So everyone in this courtroom here right now, because there's people in a gallery, it's not public gallery, but it's people who work here, who are involved with the law. So I think all of them would be made aware of his past with his old exhibits, I guess. I don't think he really wants that to come back to light, because it's done and buried. He probably, I mean, he has money, right? He probably paid a lot of money to get out of that kind of scot-free. And now he's back. Extraordinary. Where did he get all those clothes from so suddenly? On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. De Russo and Mr. De Rossi in the park, was you disguised as the inspector. Or rather, was you posing as the inspector, no disguise at all? What did... Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as a chief warder at Barclay Prison. Ah, right, warder was what it's called, the occupation. The chief warder? The new career had promise. Ma, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. Kazuma is thinking deeply. So where did Mr. Huge Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. Oh, he will, finally! I mean, there's no point in hiding anymore. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. Oh. With a fade to black, even. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation, one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. But there's no way you earned the same amount of money as... I opened an account at the bank under the name of Huge Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. That's a hard thing to keep up, though. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. He just needed somewhere to change. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Oh, you do? And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Kinda. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6p apiece. You couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief ward at the prison, that's what I'm saying. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. What did you do? There was, all thanks to Inspector Gregson. Huh? What? Inspector Gregson, what on earth? It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Oh, I thought, for some reason I thought he had like a bread roll or something. But it was just his lips. And one day he asked me if I could carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? When was that? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit overseas tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But what was he doing during those times? But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. Oh, well, it's too late for that, I guess. Sorry. Hehehe. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. He's still investigating the professor. So he needed to use time when he was supposed to be working to get away and investigate the professor case. Interesting. So in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Well, it is kind of really big and obvious. So no one knows what to say right now? Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Bruh! Explain yourself, Prosecutor Sogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on a day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. Ow! But no, that can't be. Why do you do it again if it hurts? After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. But... true. This leaves us back with... Oh, Van Zieks could be the killer. Fuck. Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination. What do we do now? Oh! Those two are still guilty of kidnapping and swindling. Yeah, but the thing is, that's the thing with Ace Attorney. If they're guilty of something else, they will be pulled into court and have to, you know, be judged for those crimes at another time. It's like, because it has no relevance to this case, it technically not matter that they did some other stuff that is not legal, because it is not relevant to this case. Because this is a case where Van Zieks is charged for murder, and we are trying to defend that case. Even if there were kidnappers and swindlers and whatever, it does not have anything to do with Van Zieks, sadly. So we can't keep them for anything. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma, What question, Counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. Oh! I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago. Of course! The execution of the professor, Genshin Asugi. But I still don't think it's the actual professor. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man. One moment, Counsel. Is this related to the current case? It's not. Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Okay, that's true. They're very much linked. Pretty much everything we have been doing recently has ties to the Professor case 10 years ago. Does the defense concur, Counsel? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asugi's last moments, his own father. I know, I do understand that, but even so... Prosecutor Asugi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Oh! I trust him. I do. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten. He said he remembers very little. Not that he... Oh, come on, bro! I'm sorry to say yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. What do you mean? Were you drugged? Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry. Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. Wait, we have the dismissal notice. Maybe we can jog his memory. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. He did not go himself. He was forced to go and leave the job. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, the human spirit. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface, and when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't... Kazuma-san. But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried, it's coming out one way or another. Ooh! Thank you for the 100th time! It's okay, we'll do it, we'll do it. We'll just show him the dismissal notice. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. We're going to make him recall it. He means to expose the truth at any cost. I trust him. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him, but should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Absolutely. If not now, when will you? I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Smash his desk. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. Where is it? This one. The harsh reprimand incurred by Mr. Vigil 10 years ago that resulted in him losing his job. Oh, the music is not yet stopping. Interesting, but it's definitely this thing. Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Oh my god! Thank you so much! For the biddies! Yay! Oh, did I? Oh, thanks! I did not notice. I did not notice I had reached 400. If you have evidence, you will use it. Absolutely. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warden of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before? Congrats, thank you! Oh, I have to do something special then. I have to think of something special then. Didn't think I'd reach 400 before the new year, not gonna lie. No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake, I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. Oh my god! Thank you so much! Thank you! I'll use that for all my moving costs. No. Thank you. That gets put in the upgrading my PC sometime. Saving money thing. Thank you. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on 17th of June 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. You can use it for whatever you need. Thank you. You're too good for me. To me. How do you say this? The 17th of June. What was that? The professor's execution? Professor. Do you think he was brainwashed or something? As you were the chief ward at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. But no scabs until you're done moving. Okay, I have one scab open. But no, I have not ordered any new scabs, no. They're fun, but obviously they cost a lot of money, as do all kinds of commissions. And against all odds, and how it may seem, I do not have unlimited amounts of money at my disposal. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Yes? Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. I think if you keep pushing, he's either going to break down or actually remember. Well, Chief wore the daily vigil. I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil. Yes, the whole prison. It was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? Oh. Okay, no breakdown. Order? Order? Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? He's struggling. In my head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, in North Java. But surely those reports were exaggerated. No, they were the truth. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder battered the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using up mass murder's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. If he keeps doing that, I think he's going to start flying away. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison.
I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. Well, that's fun. Hi. I'm sorry, Daly. This is a serious business, but I cannot help, you know. As a chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of Foray. Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, Bro, your head! The professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Wait, he jumped out of the way. That's a long scream. Oh, now he broke down. Okay. I was waiting for that to happen. Order! Relief at the doctor at once.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, howdy. Oh boy. Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect. Oh wait, but it's not over.
ミテルモン氏は意識を失い、その日の審理は中断された。またしても呪いのように浮かび上がる殺人鬼の影。
Appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean.
バンジークス卿、ミテルモン氏、アソーギ、そして グレグソン刑事。彼らを縛り付ける
So
重い
funny.
鎖
He
は
says Asogi, but
過
it
去
just
から
says
の闇を
Kazuma.
引きずっている。
But she's anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of
そ
the
こに
past.
光をもたらす奇跡は
Trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic
もう
events.
そこまで迫っていた。
Ooh, we're getting there. We're finally going to get there, I feel. Getting closer. To be continued. Ooh. So, technically this trial is not over, but it's suspended for now? Interesting. Oh. We're back home. 2nd November, 3:38 p.m. Shom suit. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the belief after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. I mean, 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Well, if it's a traumatic event, of course he would. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. What is wrong with me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder?
Well, Bruno! Baby! My baby!
Oh, Iris! You were miles away. Anyway, I put a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and laughed. All he said was, I must leave. Yeah, he's still hiding something from us, isn't he? I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. I don't agree with that. Also, maybe he's just telling Mrs. Vigil that her husband is alive, but he's in hospital now. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. But that's what I like about Hurley after all. I suppose that's a lot of a great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea. And then I'll give you a hat. Oh, do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline. Sounds like the typical writing job, yes. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Sure. Let's talk. So, how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody! We just don't know how to prove it yet. Yes, that's right. We managed to cover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too? Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. Wait, I always thought the hearts on her gloves were like cutouts for her hands, but I realized now that the hearts are actually sewn on. So they're like a different kind of fabric sewn on top of the glove, and not the other way around. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. Alright. Reaper's innocence. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out, just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There's still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movement of late. Sure. I never imagined I might have to been investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the red-headed leak in the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the red-headed leak that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. Yeah. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. What the no we doing now? Whew, I'm hoping that we won't be left at the biggest fucking cliffhanger in the world once we get through, I don't know, all this. Because we still have an entire chapter! Wah! But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson... Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Do you think he will still be held in prison? Or is he allowed to move around? Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right, to ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Of course she does. Ah, it's St. Stennis. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. But that's amazing, Bruno. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And 10 years ago, when Mr. Vigil was the chief ward at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Grexy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runa. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the Professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then. Probably the same room as well. They modeled one room and then they went with it, which is perfectly fine. It's just funny when they actually kind of make a mention of those things in-game where it's like, we keep going to the same fucking place all the time. I wonder why. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will set them straight. That water pistol. It's stuffed full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. But I'm quite sure it'll be very effective. I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out. Oh! Yes, let's do that! I need to sit down differently though. Alright, let's start somewhere then. Let's fucking go, hello. 2nd of November. British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh, do you think Kazuma is going to get scolded because he was asking all about that old professor case? It's not really his job to know all that though. He's not even from here. No arguments, Prosecutor Sogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. Hi! On your way now, Asugi? My lord. Kazuma. Oh. He left without saying a word, but he looked very sad. Hi. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Ziek's trial concluded today. Well, that's not my fault, bitch. But Prosecutor Sogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? Yeah, because he's hiding something. That has to do with the professor, and I'm going to drag it out in front of the entire British fucking courtroom. You can hold me to that. I will drag you to court. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes and 41 seconds. 42, 43. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous, not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Hell fucking yeah. You will talk. You will probably not tell me anything good, but you will talk. Does Prosecutor Sogi believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful close trial, that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. How the fuck do you have that in your book? Susato? Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reap of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zieks was responsible. He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Okay. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professors. The trial of Genshin Asogi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. Absolutely. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma. I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. Well, do it yourself then. Go prosecute yourself then, if you want it to run the way you want it to. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single clock being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in there. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something with which you need to concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Will they, though? Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours! Oh my, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Hey, we're only responsible for the last 20 minutes or something. The other 2 and 40 are entirely your own. Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything in not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us talking with Prosecutor Sogi. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Ha 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 ha. That will be your downfall. Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruto. Actually, no. We're going to go talk to Van Zieks first, I think. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but... boyfriend. I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Yeah, true. We're going to the prison first, bro. Maybe he'll tell us something. 2nd November, local prison, cell 1.
Hi.
Lord Van Zieks is reading, look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Just keep talking smack about him. And then he's going to be forced to stand up. What do you Nipponese want? I don't know, for you to bury your fucking racism? That's no way to greet a lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Nanahodo? Holy shit. Lord Van Zieks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fuck will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese. Your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Japanese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? What do you mean, played the part? You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization. It's a whole organization. It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. I wouldn't be surprised though. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case. Which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. You think it was Gregson? Oh. Okay. No. No! That's why you were investigating him. Gregson, the Reaper. No. I mean... if it was an organization, maybe Gregson was involved in having to provide information to someone else. But I don't think he was responsible for the murders, no? Gregson himself was investigating the Reaper. That doesn't add up. So the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper. I think you should look even closer. As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh. He was a tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. You what? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman. Oh? She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin. She's dead now, though. She's dead now. Wait, what? Shin? You again. Miss Asa Shin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, she was murdered. The mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut, as she deserved, and that woman was actually the Reap of the Bailey. Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Heh, don't mind me. As a Shin, I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Okay. Interesting. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Sogi? You say he's a friend of yours. My boyfriend! He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. Asashin only slightly similar to assassin. Yeah! Assassin. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Was he though? Like, we don't know the guy. The only thing we know about Clint Van Zieks is that he's your older brother, you very much liked your older brother, and he was killed. Supposedly, by the Reaper. But is that the truth? I wonder. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? Maybe your brother is not who you thought he was, though. I'm sorry. We have had brothers. Well, the older one was definitely not as nice as he, was supposedly. In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life. How did that happen? Oh? Tell me. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. But the artwork looks amazing! We don't really get that much artwork in Ace Attorney games, I feel. Because we mostly have the sprites and everything already, we don't really need artwork. But nice! They look good. I've been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks alright, we got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come, if I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. Bang! What do you mean, bang? After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Oh no. 2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever. The The professor. See, it doesn't make sense. Why would Genshin Asogi be the professor? I knew. Are you winning? No, not yet, I think. How are you?
Thank you for the item.
How awful for you. All at once, I lost a brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. You're tired? Oh yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Get some rest. Get some rest then. I'm running on 3 hours of sleep today.
Thank you for the posture check.
So I can feel the tired, definitely. Can relate to that. Everyone tired today, yup. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. I really am. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. Oh, we probably don't want to know. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Jazal Brad. Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information.
Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray!
Yes, alright. Let's head back to the great Waterloo Hotel then. Sure, let's do that. Waterloo Hotel. Hello, hello. The poor portier is still standing in the back, just not being allowed to move at all. 2nd November, Great Waterloo Hotel for you. I thought it yesterday and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you think the same tomorrow too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room there though, wouldn't you say? Ah, look what we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Hi!
Ah, father.
Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
What a charming young lady. And you are?
She's my baby.
Really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you? Oh, she curtsies! That's me, Iris Wilson at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know. Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. She's so cute. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Yeah, she's a genius. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery, after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? You didn't miss a step against Osogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? He did? He did? Oh, yeah, he was trying to ask us for a favor, but then Susato returned, so we couldn't actually hear what he wanted to say. But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Yeah, he's not been around for a while. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Baroque, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe. That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here? Exactly. Someone by the name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon. Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Jazar Brad woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no, a friend of yours. Oh! Stop! Professor Mikatopa, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor's talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. She's definitely going to find out at some point, but... Ah, I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I go and see if I can purchase them. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes! You just tried to leave me behind. Good job! So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Are they, really? Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. Because it's specifically John H. Wilson. That's what we thought, yes. We're back with cinnamon biscuits. Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with a tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. It's like on one hand she's, what, 9 years old, and the other hand she's like this tiny genius. I haven't seen Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty! I don't trust you. But the guilty is still ringing in my ears. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself. Oh? Yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Oh, because he tried to cover for him or something? Seishiro was trying to mitigate... What? Mitigate. Yeah. Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my. He also said some contemptuous word about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
Ah! Yay!
Oh, what a lovely picture. It's really good. It certainly seems to shout we've arrived in Britain. A photograph taken in the foyer of the great Waterloo Hotel on the morning of Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shigaku's arrival in London for the symposium. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No. No, that's so true. Honey, you got a big storm coming. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me? Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting. Seeing the normal outfits again after so long, yeah, it's a little weird. One way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do... What? Why should I go back home again? Father, what's the meaning of this? Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible, really quite urgently in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. Oh! So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant? Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with this situation, though. His situation, sorry. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also. Father! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand? A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Alright. That's a hard decision to make. You won't leave, will you, Runo? That's a really hard decision to make. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. Hello, TK, good evening! But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Okay. Well, if you excuse me now. I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh, good! And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. Wait. Which TV thing does we love to entertain you? I know there's some kind of jingle that has that we love to entertain you, but I don't remember which one. I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home. Rosine. Maybe. I don't actively watch TV. In fact, I haven't. Like, sometimes when my parents watch TV, I will, like, sit with them and look at a few things. But, like, I don't watch TV at all, so I'm not sure. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Asashin. Of course, it's obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Where the fuck do you come from? Mr. Sholmes. Hurley, where have you been? Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, no, two more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. Brah. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. A beard. A beard. A beard. Whatever. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this as sent. They got a song from Rita Ora called We Love to Entertain You in 2008. Oh! Not bad. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray. That for once, my deduction is Ori. 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 Doesn't it imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man.
Oh, thank you for the alert. Thank you.
I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Oh, there he's gone. There he goes. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind too. Of course he did. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once, so I'm not allowed to look at it? It's not in a court record. We didn't get a notification it's in a court record, so I can't look at it. Fuck. And I'll run and call us a cab straight away. Ooh. And I'll just stay here. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. No, that's what I do, of course. Let's visit the dude in the hospital then. Second November, Saints in this hospital. Ward 3. This is the ward where Mr. Vitcher was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Hi! Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget... The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago too. You just missed him. Oh! Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that had the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Okay. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... If possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Okay. Sure, let's talk then. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think, ah, a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident? Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. I see, so the gunshot thingy is still up on the table, is it? It was at midnight on 17th of June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something I was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. So if the guy wasn't actually dead, but the coroner just said he was, do you put him in a coffin and you bury him, he was buried alive. And he would have to dig himself out, is that what you're saying? The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nailed it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! Huh! I didn't think anything of it at the time? Why not? I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in a graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Fair enough. Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean, Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. Well, that didn't really work out in the end, huh? Nothing discreet about a corpse running around the graveyard. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw a short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. That does not necessarily mean that you killed all 5 of them. I'm just saying. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual. What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Oh. As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Oh, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Oh! Well, yeah, then it's weird that he had a piece of paper. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I've no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. Why did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's sane. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. Well, I can at least say that Mr. Vigil is a good man. I think. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. Oh, someone stole it. Whoever actually killed him on the graveyard. Ooh, maybe there was some no, not discriminating. What's the word? You know, evidence against whoever was actually behind everything. So they took it. What do you mean it vanished? Incriminating, thank you. I was like, I know I'm close. It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. The will's disappearance. Ooh. I was the only person who saw Sogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Sogi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Sogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. It was still on his body? He had it with him? That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaiden was livid. He was screaming. Can I have disappeared completely? That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Why would that guy know about it? Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi papers. The fuck does that mean? The Asogi papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. It's definitely going to be important. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... Oh, no, not at all. Thank you again. But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating police officers is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Before you go, there's just one thing. Yes, what is it? The Asogi papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Okay. Some sort of will against Shinasogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Definitely. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Hell yeah, prison time! Prison time, prison time. I love going to prison. At least in Ace Attorney, it's always a fun experience for some reason. 2nd November, Barclay Prison Governor's Office. Hi! Oh, back again, are you? Yes, hello. But he did say we should not show our face again, but we don't care about that. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the laddie does not work here no more, so your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given a chop. Aye, Gimmer. You can very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too. So, what's part you doing here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Is that so? We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Wow! That's certainly one way to go about it. Make no mention of it to anyone else. Okay, sure. Hi, have you seen the Asogi Papers for some reason? Anywhere? Oh, he doesn't like that. Did I not say Gregson staff is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fool about with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. Very clearly onto something here. How do you fit that in there? How do you fit that comb into your breast pocket? The fuck? The murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, a shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Sy, and my chief ward at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Vigil says that he didn't know anything about it. The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs? Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he would have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise though, would you? Of course, I can't shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that cans that one done at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Sy forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. A strong heart! Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing with now, Gimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two. Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic. I suppose if there's anybody who might still care about what happened back then, it'd be that lass from the forensic division, Mariah Gorey. Mariah Gorey? What's with that last name? Aye, Sife's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee bairns followed in her mom's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. Ah! Here. Mama, what is this? Ah! Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? We haven't seen her ever since that one time. Dr. Sife's daughter, Mariah Gorey. We could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Sife's daughter, but her surname is Gorey? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom walking with the bodies of the folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I can't understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Greg's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Oh, okay. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gorey herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for the Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business, and we're going to make them all remember! Can you not give up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. They're not pointless. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just stay away, no? Leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh?
No.
How'd you come to keen about that, lady? There's not many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers. Oh, well, I can tell him Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament, is that right? The professor's, or rather Genshin Asogi's. Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Heavens no, you're off a half-cock there. I think you didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee hook around here, I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. Hello, good evening! But I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, lady. That's your lot. I don't believe that. After all the stramage or that sliced of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruto, just in case. The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi that Mr. Vigil claims disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruto. Oh, yes. Those papers are not to do with Greg's and stuff. I prefer it if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. The highest level of your government can suck my dick. I understand. November, prosecutor's office. Maybe don't tell him that directly. I didn't. We said we wouldn't, right? We said, okay, I understand. We said we understand, not that we accept or we won't do it. You have to be very clear in what you say. So this is the office of Prosecutor Sogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor Japanese style in the other corner. It's his habit to sit Seiso style whenever he's working. Hi! Kazuma. Hi! Did you not hear me come in? I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer? Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dreams of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. And about what happened with your father. Then you have no difficulty understanding. Well, I had no choice. Well, I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Full name. Tell me. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Boria. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. Is that a typo? Shouldn't that be serious? I thought I lost my best friend forever. Boyfriend. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You've something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. The fuck? It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Do you think someone, you know, brainwashed him while he was unconscious? That's the voice he was hearing? Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Okay, tell me more about that. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me, the sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back, no money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tendency of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why they'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Ziek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? He's amnesiac, but he still remembers all that, huh? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally regained your memories. You finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Ooh! Slap a filter on a cutscene and it also looks nice. Yes, I did. Interesting. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. Baby! When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san. Oh. Wait, they didn't actually tell him what happened, just that he had taken me ill. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Ah. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh, whoa. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter, but someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaking momentarily before recovering his poise. Well, that's enough confirmation. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. He's been holding on to that for a very long time then. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama.
Damn.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Why are you calling me by my full fucking name? Lord Von Zieks isn't a Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, but Rogue Von Zieks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. That's... You're blinded by your rage and desire for revenge. It's not this, Von Zieks. No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. This came up in a trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence on the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too, so I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gori. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course, the last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery? By Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Almost everything she's been saying has just been different ways of, oh, Kazuma-sama, oh no, oh, I'm sorry. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Sure. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Kanama is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip of the old block, I'd say. This blade, Kanama, is a symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Kanama? It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Sure, I'll keep that sword safe. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. This is not a no-you game. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened. But the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is a Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. Alright. Sure. Until tomorrow then. Hi! Oh, those puppets are new. Dolls, I mean. 2nd November Forensics Laboratory. This place really is creepy, isn't it? I like it. It has a nice feel. Well, being a dead room is probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? Ooh. But what was that? Hi. Dr. Gory? Hi! What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes please, I'd love to see. Then I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. What's that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... let's ask questions! While she handles those knives. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not that yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Seif has some scruples at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway. For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. Okay. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Yeah, maybe if we just show her the autopsy report so she can tell us something about that. Where is it? Yes, there it is. And Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. I love her. Me too. He was very good. Good, sorry. His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. We can skip those details. But there's one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Why is that? That's not my fault. Oh! That made me jump. Then please, tell us what happened. I love her eye makeup. So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. By whom? What? By whom? Mail Stronger, the Lord Chief Justice. He can't...
Uh-huh. The Lord Chief Justice himself, huh? Ah. My favorite suspicious individual, whom I think has absolutely no relevance to any of these cases at all. I see. Proceed. Carry on.
But Stronger came... He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 PM on 1st November when a gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote in the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Tell me. Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother. Ooh. Give it here then. Huh? Thank you for the hider time. Aren't you scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What? What's she written? Tell us. Indeterminate. Well, that's not helpful. But... According to the coroner, Dr. Gory, an accurate estimation of the time of death is not possible. Well, that's unfortunate. And thank you for the pat. Indeterminate? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. Please tell us the time of death. Right, how should I know? But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot. Oh! Huh. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. So maybe he was dead even longer then. Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do? No, Grex needs to gobble down rotten fish and chips. No, I don't think so. I think he would take very good care of having his fish and chips be fresh all the time. Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction, and if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is vast enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I'm sorry. He did eat a lot, so he probably doesn't have any old fish and chips. Nah, yeah. I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No!
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Nanahudo. You love Iris's Disney logo hat. Be careful. Be careful, the mouse will get us. But, yep. It's very cute. Inspector Gregson was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Well, they don't need to be in the immediate vicinity. You could just put the corpse in a, big suitcase or something and bring it there. Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor. Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago? That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks as well. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zieks, the professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. Ooh. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zieks. They both spent their final moments before the burial on the dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. Understandable. I wonder if you tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. I cannot really place her age though. She looks to be no older than what? 15? 16? Do we know her age? People? She's not... Oh, she is. 19. Okay. Yeah, I guess. Do you have anything else? Oh, yes, you do. Information of death. The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber. And signed a certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama's the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear. You found out recently, you mean? Like we did. I believed in her, in Mama, but... Now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama. I'm sure she was cursed by somebody too. Maybe even the same guy. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs. According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba, sorry. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? Oh! Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? I love her! They fell on the V at the back of those cupboards with the other records from the last decade. Thank you! Let's see. Van Zieks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing on the Van Zieks. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away? No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the Professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone. Oh shit! Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records. No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name. Ah, fuck! Herlock! I'm going to fucking kill you. Obsession with cutting open corpses and sharpening tools. Yeah, the elderly is likely to be the culprit. We love her. She's a good girl. Deep down, I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Iris? Iris? Uh-oh. We're going to find them. We're going to get them back. Runo. I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh no, there's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck. She's fucking on. Wait a minute, little girl. Me. I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Wait, what? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when a detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes. Was I? I really don't remember. You know, for all her being a genius, she's not very good at lying. Anyway, sorry, but a mustache. Wait, Iris. I'll brew a pot for you when you get home. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer it if you were ready for the section. I love her. She's so fucking funny. I almost had a dialogue from Iris as I'll brew up some pot for you. Oh my god!
That's illegal.
I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zieks' autopsy have disappeared. But I think we've asked all we came to ask now. And we know who we need to find at some point. For now, though, where else can we go? Maybe there's something at the scene of crime. I suppose Cory still has those 500 skull pearls her mom ordered. Why does she have 500? If it's a plot-related spoiler reason, don't tell me, but like, is it ever addressed again? Or does she just have those 500 skull pearls for no fucking reason? 2nd November, room on Fresno Street. You guys are still here. The police are still busily investigating in here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually... there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Yeah, we're going to do exactly that. We make sure that we end up under her knife should we get murdered. If I get found dead by any chance, please let Dr. Gory carry out the dissection and investigation of my body after death, as she would like to do so, and has told me repeatedly whenever we saw her while I was still alive. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. Open it, open it, open it, open it. There's some initials on the outside, look. TG. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Oh, what do you think you're doing? Hi! That's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Gina! Why are you hiding? I don't know, you leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Just about guess, Gina, but... What? Spit it out, Otto. Is it fair to say that you've only owned that truck since this morning's trial? What? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always ask, where have you been the last year? Trying not to incur your wealth, mainly. Talk to me. You should hear him talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all them bludgers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals who got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zieks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then obviously it was the blooming Reaper giving the orders, weren't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that have been packed as the Reaper's work. What? No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't. Flaming let me. Because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it. And he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so... I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Of course she did. That's why we love her. Oh. That's so, Gina. We should not encourage that, seeing as she now works for them, but... Good for you. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Why, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. And what had you written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, and a whole long list of them. All details about the bludgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps there was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly. That's what I said. That's the first thing you think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the date against it was the 31st of October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It weren't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's not good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear. What a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but... Asa Shin. Again? Did you say Shin? Eh? What? It does mean something? Lord Van Ziegs knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. I'd never thought that this weird swan lady who appeared in the very first case is still plot relevant this late into the game. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before, that would be in the undercover investigation into the red-headed leak then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove where it was pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo? Yes, we did. Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results.
Doggo!
When me and my partner here get together, there's nothing we can track down. We love that dog. Oh, little Toby, he's such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though, police business in it. Anyway, the point is if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the hellhound here. Right, because he looks oh so hellish honest. I love him. It's a very cute dog. Gina, about your hellhound there? Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. So the fact that he shows money was being given to a blackmailer. I mean, yeah, but why make it 500 fucking scalpels? When is she ever going to use those 500? She could have made it several things. Because 500 scalpels still look extremely suspicious, no? No one needs 500 scalpels. At one time. Or to one specific time. Date to order it. Bah. Bleh. I think you get what I'm trying to say. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment it seems, for canine at least. It should be, after all in the great exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drabba's workshop. Probably saw a daughter like cutting things, so 500 scalpels kinda made sense in that way. They were like, yeah, that girl has some screws loose, let's just give her those 500 scalpels, that's just fine. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? Do we have something a chief inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Oh yeah! We could give him the hair, no? Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh, wow, whoa! The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. What? Look where he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson. Aggressive sniffing. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Eh? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. The metal trunk. It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through the head of yours, but I think what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich, not to a bag of chips. Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Oh, right, that guy. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Me too, though. Me too. Yeah, he had it hidden between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk. Damn, the fuck? You mean when I heard a sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly. He napped it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the Chief Inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did, nothing more, nothing less. Would you have any for check of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss stuff to flog? So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then? How could they? Lots of crime scene meddlers this time around. So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to the question together. Aww. I think perhaps the trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you? What are you on about? I am the police. Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Inspector Gregson's metal traveling trunk that was removed from the scene, but subsequently recovered by Gina. Why is he growling now? What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? Mr. Naruto, be careful, it must be the trunk. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Toby, oi, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Mr. Naruto. Gina, quickly, hail a carriage. Wait, did he really just fucking bite my face? Why? 2nd November, 4:57 p.m. Oh, that's right. I don't know what was wrong with my brain just there. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Good morning, evening. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright? Susato. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. Ninosuke Naruhodo. Cause of death, licked to death by cute police dog, or time of death, indeterminate. What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. Okay, so he didn't bite me, he just licked my face? Why though? I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage. Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water? Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it? But of course, no sugar in a patient's cup. The bumble may have a strawberry sweetly enough, don't worry. Whenever you feel ready then. Wait, what happens? Hold on. Can I leave right now? Before talking to them? Anyone here? No. Oh, Gina. Gina, I'm really sorry. Staff, didn't it? If you asked me a year ago, the cops should go and hang for all I cared. Well, we've gotta have a police, ain't we? To catch the bludgers. Oh, this is new. So us divers can go about our business in peace. Wait, sorry? I don't think I can have heard that properly. He's always gonna teach me everything I need to know to be a detective. But all he got around to showing me is where the best flaming fish and chip shops are. Actually, that reminds me. Rexon said he was supposed to be going to Paris in the near future, didn't he? Is something wrong? Oh, no, I'm sure I'm reading too much into things. It's just that the timing seems very coincidental. You know, the boss was acting a bit strange recently. Like he was always in a rush. I just unlocked an achievement with that. That's a little... The timing here feels a little weird. It's like we just got licked, our face got licked off. But she makes no mention of that. She actually finally makes a mention of how she feels about him being dead, you know? Could be having a staring contest with the board, yeah. Just got her invited to tea, but let's leave the place. That's the funniest thing about these games. It's like, technically you're stuck in this one place, but you can leave and go somewhere else, but it doesn't really make sense. In-game wise. Well, we don't care about that. We just want achievements. Oh, you're right, Mr. Naruto. It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations. It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong. Oh, yes, of course. I must get back to work as soon as possible. Okay, sure. What do you have to say then? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your priced load is unscathed. That stiff turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. What the fuck are you even saying? Thank you for the high return. Whenever you serve me tea, it always takes me back to Japan. I know you're not particularly fond of the bitter taste, are you? So I do always try to pick out less bitter matcha for you. She does so often serve up an unusually mellow blend, it's true. But the anticipation of the taste in my mouth makes me bitterly worried anyway. It is very difficult for you, isn't it? Is it? The steam is rising gently from the kettle as always. Yes, it doesn't feel right somehow unless it is. But the steam has an unusual scent today. Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me already.
Ooh, sweet potato.
Oh, Mr. Naruto, I heard that, you know. Tears of joy, Mr. Sato, from my mouth.
Sweet potato. Potato, potato.
My desk is just as it was before I left. Sumi ink and a calligraphy brush, even though we're in England now. That strikes me as typically you, Mr. Sato, and typically not you at the same time. Well, I do enjoy all the wonderful new things to come out of the Cultural Revolution, of course. But I'm not ready to give up my brush just yet. And anyway, Susato-san can write more neatly with a brush than most people can with a pen. Practice makes perfect, as they say. Aww. Alright. Shall we go down then? Have our tea? Second of November, Shomsuit. Who's singing in German?
Hat wie ein Diamant den Zahn entzwei, es brach, o über deine Wut. Dem Scheit holdlich gelobt und auf
I feel like on one hand I should understand what that singing is about, and I can understand a few words, but I can't really make sense of it completely. But it definitely sounds like it's German. I like how Naruto doesn't question the thought reading anymore. She's just started living with it. But what the fuck happened here? What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather fine rendition, I think. It is! See, it is German. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Oh, she's mad. Why is she mad? Who's that sprawling? I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there? That's your father, clearly. Iris, is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. Trying to understand old German songs is a thing. Yeah! Über deine... I cannot... It doesn't make sense. Whatever he's actually singing, it doesn't make sense. The few words I can make out. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Oh no. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. Oh, she's turned as white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. Yeah, he's going to talk a bunch of smack and then we're going to figure out the actual truth. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony.
Ding dong, ding dong.
A body has been discovered. Wrong game. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay, tell me. Man's identity. It's very clearly Susato's father. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, is Iris is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only to follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirit soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. I wish Germans could speak Japanese. I wish it was that easier. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the sea tea? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein. It's a very, very good thing that I speak fluent German and I can just fucking read all those names out loud the way they're supposed to be said. Because otherwise I think I would just be sitting here like the who of the what from where? Chapter 5 is gonna be about defending Iris or killing the king of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Iris is taking the right to remain silent too seriously. Yes, there can be no question the mask belongs to the king of Germany. Are you fucking kidding me? It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, would you agree, my dear fellow? Are you fucking stupid? So that the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the great exhibition. Ah, his outfit changed. Good silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Oh, maybe she can talk because she's hiding something in her mouth. The reason for your muteness is concealed inside the knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness. Because the way she has her mouth, it's like, she probably has something in her mouth. That's why she can talk. Earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the king's secrets. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah yes, we need only follow that brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You are attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. The fuck? My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Now that I notice it, you and Iris almost look super similar, even the eye color's the same. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. You will do no such thing. But yeah, actually, we had that in another game. There was a character that also has pink hair, green eyes. Very similar. It was really nice. Just like a kid who doesn't want to accept they can't hide it anymore. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. I don't know. I'm really tired of Herlock's shenanigans. It's like, there's no way the guy is this dumb, actually. He's just playing, right? He definitely knows the truth. He's just playing with us. All the time. He's hiding stuff. I'm exasperated. With your silence as well? The fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? If he isn't playing, then wow. Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Mrs. Otto, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah, and you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes says it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning is entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of the case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true, Mr. Gods. The prince testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. Hey Sherlock, are you into joking? Otherwise I'm going to attempt to fucking kill you. Germany, Bohemia, at least they're geographically close. I guess. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors I may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible, my favorite coffee cup is no more. Your fucking face will be no more once I'm done with you. So shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular? Of course. Let's correct it then. Yes, exactly. I'm feeling mighty mirrors tonight. Okay, let's skip until we can actually do something. Because so far it's still what we just read. I don't need to read that again. There we go. So what? It's a mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. And I'd like to hear you singing, but this man... Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stock still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah. So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, unless he's a very good what are they called? You know those people who speak through puppets? Or like you don't see their mouth moving, but you can clearly hear them talk. Villantric. I know it starts with V. But I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's case. Ooh, I wanted to present it. I just want to present it. Ventriloquist, thank you! The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Can we please turn it off now? Ah, the music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind, on with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the CD? Ba-ba-ba. A number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German... Oh, you're going to keep with the German thing? Okay, skip it, skip. Did Iris knock the guy unconscious with the coffee cup? No, I don't think it was her who knocked him unconscious. Although we've already established that I was actually the king of Bohemia. It seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gods, the boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of Maine and Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask. Yeah, well, this mask is definitely the one that belongs to Kazuma. Wherever he actually is. Iris must have tried practicing this to take down the king of Germany, just happened to be the unwilling volunteer. I wouldn't put it past her. Yes, there can be no question, that mask belongs to Kazuma Sogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Tell me something new! Tell me something I don't know. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on his metal chest for several days. No shit, Sherlock! Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. We simply take the mask off. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. I'm surprised Susato doesn't recognize her father just because he's wearing a fucking mask like this. I don't believe it. Ah! Father! I'm afraid, Mr. Susato, you must be mistaken. No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotoba. Logic and reasoning? Or just looking and saying? Isn't that how it works in Magical Girl animes as well? True. They still look the same, they have the same fucking hair, but they just wear a mask or whatever and suddenly no one knows them. You know how in Sailor Moon herself, like none of the main Sailor girls wore masks, but when they first meet Sailor Venus, while she was still working on her own, she was working as Sailor V, she was wearing a mask. But then with the others, it's like Bunny or Usagi is her name, the original. The German dub named her Bunny. They never, you know, those were very distinctive hairstyles that some of them wore, and no one ever noticed. I won't tune in too long in case of spoilers, but I will ask, what are those outfits? Those are in the original game, they were DLC outfits. But in the English release, they're already included, or like in this new release, they're already included. You can turn those on from the starting screen somewhere. I cannot tell you right now, but like somewhere on the starting screen. But only in the second game, I think, you can turn these on. There's one for not for Kazuma. There's one for Naruhodo, for Susato, and for Sholmes.
Naruhodo, yes.
Genshin Impact also has the whole one mask conceals the identity, but they do make fun of it. With Diluc, you mean? Yeah, even just glasses. I mean, I think it's fun. It's funny enough that they don't recognize someone just because they're concealing little bits of their face or whatever, because I always just think, do you people not know voices of good friends? Like, obviously, if it's someone you don't know that well, you wouldn't recognize them when they're wearing a mask. That's perfectly fine. But like, that is your best friend, who you hang around with every single day ever since you were small. This person has the same hair as them, the same build, has the same voice, the same eyes, because you most of the time can't see the eyes still. And you're telling me you do not recognize them? Like, I'm not keeping up with a Miraculous Ladybug, but that one has a very severe case of characters not knowing who the other person is. The traveler puts a mask on so the treasure hoarders and Fatu don't recognize you. Oh, okay. Well, I haven't even finished the Genshin storyline when you first get to Liu, because I did reach level 35, but I haven't even unlocked the child boss fight and everything, all that. Probably never going to do it anyway, so I wouldn't know about all that anymore. Alright, let's go with this one then. We read all that. We read it. I mean, Batman does a like gross voice, but yeah, in any other show, they don't recognize the voice. Like in a manga, what manga that does not really fit the magical girl theme, but in the K-On! Manga, they make like a funny joke out of it, because it's like, oh yeah, Yui's singing, but they make a joke out of it like, oh Yui, you're not actually singing, because it's a manga, they don't have voices. So in the manga where they technically don't have voices, I could understand it if they poke fun at it, but in an anime where everything is voiced, it's like, you're telling me you do not recognize this person who has the same exact fucking voice as your best friend? That's weird. That's a £5 note poking out from Iris' knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know, I'm not even sure if I've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris' silence. He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris' silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. The reason for your muteness is concealed inside the knapsack. No. Here. Did you swallow the key? For the chest or something? Is that what you did? Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there's something different about the chest's appearance. It's open. It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open. Uh-oh. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! What do you mean, Hurley, don't? Oh! Oh! Mr. Sholmes! Hurley! What the fuck? Now I know where that gif was from, because I saw a gif from this scene and was like, the fuck? He's dead! Metropolitan is a double homicide. This looks very gay. Two bros chilling on the same couch, unconscious on top of each other because they're not gay. Okay, we solved the mystery. Never. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. Ah. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it?
Oh, thank you for the posture check. Oh, yeah.
Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo.
And thank you for the hydrogen. Oh my god.
I already drank almost half of this bottle.
Take care of yourself. Thank you.
You too. Have a drink. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind.
Remember to hydrate newer and chat. Exactly.
Grow strong. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that annoying point of the finger before? Miss Susato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation. The real reason for your silence until now is... hidden behind the... fucking... There we go. You kept that key in your mouth, didn't you? Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Ah, when Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before... Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands, no doubt the key to the chest. The key looks like it could belong in Kingdom Hearts, with the heart. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But... Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest, only to be punched into the air. Iris Keyblade Master, I believe it. And Lance sprawled on the settee? Oh wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea, and above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in his room. Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, everything that was on top of it was flung into the air. The mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf is actually just a tablecloth? This is the Great Detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. Oh! Would you expect anything less? Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. Thus concludes Runosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. But nice, Holmes is knocked out, finally. A little bit of peace and quiet. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all? Never fucking mind! An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. Is she getting out from prison? No! She's still a minor, she can't be charged for any of this. Selling my tablecloth with scarves now. I mean, to be fair, why not? But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes! If you would cast your mind back to my early deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Look, they used how to cheat them. She is, from the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. No, she was trying to hide something else. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have broken here. But now that the deduction is taking a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then. You were attempting to abscond. What is that? Ooh, a case file! Why are you hiding a case file there? Why would someone open a chest that has stuff on top? That is a very good question. Wouldn't you take all the stuff off, put it somewhere else, and then, you know, slowly open the chest? You're attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. That's Iris's bad report card from school. Does she even go to school? We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks? Yes, I do seem to recall. That some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... She stole it 2 years back. Iris already has a PhD, remember? She's done with school. Yeah, that's why I was wondering, like, what would she even do in school? She would just be bored to death, right? I'm sorry. Oh no! Forgive me! It's okay! Just talk to us. What's happening? Deduction complete. Elementary. Of course. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly late consulting Detective Herlock Sholmes. Ryunosuke and Herlock made Iris cry, sent the asses to jail. Okay, that I can get behind, absolutely. You don't make my Iris cry, hello. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it. I knew it was Daddy's. Oh, the writing. Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris, it must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellow. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? Shouldn't we try to wake him up? I feel as though poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I. No. I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. Goodbye. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps I was deliberate. Of course it was! Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scars to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. He must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. Of course, and find out what's going on. Talk to me. What's going on? Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out? Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. Wait, can I actually look at it? Is it in my court record yet? No, it's not. Damn it. When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes. Don't forget to examine the books. I will. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley. I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know, I've been very naughty. Oh, I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize, I promise. Yes, we go together, I think. Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. Ah, the final victim of the famous professor. The report was authored by Dr. John H. Wilson. Let me look at it. Let me see. I want to see now. I want to see while we're still actually talking. I want to see it. Clean made, age 30 feet, nationality British. Time of death, 31st of May, between 9 p.m. and midnight. Coroner John H. Wilson. Observations, death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Additional notes, recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no documented corresponding ink was found. Autopsy findings, vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. Well, those ink stains are going to be important at some point because he definitely wrote something, but we haven't found yet. What the fuck is that? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind. Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. I wonder how it happened. Okay, can I open the thing? I totally forgot to examine it, so I'm doing it right now. Let's have a look inside. Dun dun, dun dun, dun dun dun. Ooh, what is that? Look, there's something inside. Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Yeah, wasn't he about to go to Paris? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh, what is it? It was for travel on the 31st of October, just one day before the incident. What? Really? A passport document that was in Inspector Gregson's possession. It was issued for travel to France, the day before his body was discovered. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered? Eh? Okay, sure. That's a document I'm not sure I actually wanted to have. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. You forgot one detail in the box? No! Damn it. She must be feeling awful. Let me finish this talk then, and then I'll look at the box again. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Nah, why is she screaming? What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed it, I see. But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Mr. Seto? You've turned as white as a sheet. Is this autopsy report, Mr. Nanodo? The one from 10 years ago? The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. Are you fucking kidding me right now? It's writing, it's my father's. Huh? Professor Mikotova. Indeed, it's true. And now you don't, my dear fellows. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. You're telling me your partner was Suseto's dad the entire time? And the Dr. Wilson doesn't really have anything to do with all this. He was there, he's a doctor, but your partner was dead and he never told. Are you kidding me? What did I miss about the box? Oh, yeah, okay, that's quite glaring, no? How did I miss that? Look at this dark stain here, do you think? Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood. I knew you were going to say that, so that presumably means that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes. Do you think Sheena's been carrying this around with her? If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. You gotta open it to find it? Oh, okay. Let's have a look inside. What else did I miss? It's the thing where my cursor isn't really moving again. This part? Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Okay. But now I have everything, right? Okay. So whoever tried to cut this thing open really got the thing stuck in there, huh? So this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then. But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible. My dear fellow, pray take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does. 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course. You checked the... I did. I checked the blood, yeah. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put a signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Huh. Okay. So, why exactly did you keep all that a secret? Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Nah, you've come straight to the point, I see. Because I am tired of going in circles with everything regarding your personal life and stuff you've been hiding from me since the beginning of this fucking game, my dude. And please come straight to the answer. I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did his partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Just give him a little pull or poke. A poke with a friendship knife. I will do that. Absolutely, my dear madam, absolutely. So, where's your partner now? Sleeping in your bed? Probably. We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Eugene Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto. Yes. You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasp the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you. To my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. You know why I can't be truly happy about finding this out? Because this makes it another big fucking secret he has kept from his daughter all those years. And my opinion of him has not been going up very much because, like, it did go up a little when we found out that he doesn't know the truth about the professor case or any more deeper stories aside from he was there and the supposed Professor Genshin Asogi was the killer. But this guy went on his fucking study tour right when his daughter was like very small, barely alive, right? Then he apparently had a great fun time with Herlock Sholmes as his partner and trusted friend. And he never told his daughter anything at all. Nothing. No, he actually tells her, oh no, please don't look into all of these stories because, conspiracies, danger, blah blah blah. No. Fuck you. Professor Mikotoba. Interesting. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? Harsh. No, but like, he's not a good dad. My dear, I'm still my old self, Yuji Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. I don't blame her. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity is a great mystery is always the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. Jesus Christ. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are definitely high in that particular area. That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. Poor Susato, honestly! And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. And they were roommates! I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe, it was a mere 6 years ago. We had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, the most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor killings. After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. So who built the booby trap into that chest? You yourself, and you just conveniently forgot about it when you opened it up? This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Shom's famous partner. Please rip your father a new one. Please, Susato, go off the rails just once. Father. Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father. Of course, I'd almost forgotten about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Well, it's not him. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in the metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Shops? That is indeed what I told young Iris. So you lied to her. But if you're Mr. Shom's partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you. Nah, it's not him. On my word, Mr. Sado, no. You're coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. No. You finally grasp the art of deduction. What? What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that, but all this about Iris... Ooh, there it is! Susato-san's ice cold stare. Hold those eyes again, 10. No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. And perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is? There it is! Now the ice got from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Shom, say something, man. Iris is 10 years old. You know what also happened 10 years ago? The Professor killings. You know who died due to the Professor killings? Like the one character we actually know by name, and not just, oh, some aristocrats were killed? I wonder. It's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Shoms. When did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. Of course you do! But it's very late, Mr. Shomes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Shomes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. Of course later. Of course later. Sometime when it's even more relevant to the plot. To find out who Iris's father is. Which will be sometime next chapter. In the middle of a fucking trial. Or something. You haven't changed one iota, have you? Iota? I mean, really, I was at our home after 10 long years. And when I opened the chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. Susato deserves an explanation, but she won't be getting one anytime soon. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regained consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Shoms now. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interest. I trust you completely. Wow, you have way more trust in your father than I have. Susato. And sending a great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. What? Really? Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruto. Good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision. A decision about whether to go back to Japan, I suppose. She has more trust in her father than I have in myself even.
今日はあまりにもいろいろなことが起こりすぎた。
Yeah, that's a bunch of things
しかし、
happening.
後になって僕たちは知ることになる。その混乱の中にこそ、すべての真実を知るために必要な手がかりがあったのだと。
Yeah.
そして僕自身が覚悟を決めるためにも、それは必要なことだったのかもしれない。
Is that it? Is that chapter 4? Do I get to be continued now? Oh no, I get an end. Oh right, a chapter end. Right, okay. Both these guys need several takedowns, please. Achievement unlocked, the legendary pair. Okay, thanks, game. What the actual fuck? Final chapter. The resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. That we are not going to be playing right now. Because we've been going for almost 5 hours anyway. And this was just to finish chapter 4. I don't even want to imagine how long the entirety of chapter 5 will be. Oh, excuse me. Damn. Go 5-0, yep. You put a nice drink, good job. Yeah. Oh my god. The fuck. Well. There's only so many people who could be Iris's father, though. Like, it's obviously not Susato's dad. It's also obviously not the actual Wilson, Dr. John H. Wilson, apparently. It's not Sholmes. It's not Sholmes. Why would he be telling her, like, those lies about Wilson being her dad or something? Good job, Nuna. Now time to get some rest. In a second. Hold on. In a second. She's 10 years old. One Zeeks for father, let's go. No. It could be his brother, though. Like, I think she's not mixed or anything, so it's not... It's also not a Sogi. Like the old one. It's not a Sogi. So that really only leaves... Clint. Or am I tripping? I mean, in a really bad case, it could also be Strongheart, but I don't want to believe that because I don't like the guy. It is a possibility, yeah. It could be Clint. It has to be someone who was mentioned. They would not introduce a completely new guy suddenly as her father. Right now, definitely not. It has to be someone whose name we know, who was mentioned before, definitely. I mean, we're going to see that anyway. It's not like we... But it's always fun to imagine possibilities before we actually go and find out the truth, right? Oh, man. No, sorry, I'm just reeling. I'm just really... reeling with all that. Oh my god. Oh, her father. Blah, blah, blah. Mikotoba was his partner. Congrats on Zeeks. You're acquitted. Oh, and also this is your niece. I mean... Imagine. It's like, hi. Actually, I mean... He knows himself that he's innocent. It would be like, okay, hi, here's your not guilty verdict. Here's your niece. Stronghand is actually a piece of shit, as we all have been saying for a while now, but now we finally have the evidence for it.
Congratulations! I'm going back to Japan now, bye!
I hope that's not how it's going to end, though. Like, I don't really want it to end that quickly. But, oh god, okay, yeah, sure. Fun. We have some fun times ahead, I feel. Well, we're going to continue this game next week. I'm not sure if I can make it, but I think maybe I'll try to make it like... Well, I'll try and ask friends about how long it took them to play the final chapter. I don't think I can make it a full thingy where it's like, oh, one stream for the entire final chapter, because that's just too long. That's certainly too long. I mean, only this much was already like 5 full hours. Almost. This was only like half the chapter. But yeah, we're going to do that soonish next week. Tomorrow we're going to play a short game that only came out recently. It's called No Longer Home, I think. And then next week we're just going to continue with what we have. Only stream when and how it's comfortable, please. Oh no, I do. But I like having a set schedule. I like that for myself because I like having specific dates and stuff. Because then I can be like, okay, I can do that whenever I know on what day I have to get ready. Blah blah blah. That's why I like to really think of what to do before the week starts. I hope everything goes well. No, thank you. No, I think it does. We're going to really go to town tomorrow in the apartment and really put all of the stuff together, like the bed and the desk and everything, and then once the heavy lifting is done, it's obviously going to be good. Then I'll just have to make sure I get some internet going over there so I can move the computer at some point. So I can stream. But oh my god, thank you so much for the follow. And thank you so much for the gifted sub. I mean, maybe I'll try and do some more streams during the week because I have time off. Maybe I can try to do some more streams during the week. But I don't want to do the short streams for Ace Attorney because I really want to get stuff done. Thanks for the sub! Alright, but I'm not going to bore you guys any longer because I definitely need sleep. This is what we're going to end tonight. Let's rate Wii, who is currently playing Luigi's Mansion 3 and is apparently at the finale. I know nothing about Luigi's Mansion, but I know V. We like V. We love V. Have a nice yawn. Thank you. You guys get some good rest. Thanks for the stream, no sleep. Well, you too. Everyone get some good rest. If it's not yet sleep time where you are, then have a good rest of the day. Whatever time it is. I'm going to get some good rest right now. Let me just set up the... Right. Thanks for the stream. Have a good night. Thank you for coming. I wish you guys all a very, very good night. Let me just quickly do this. And then I can send you off. See you all tomorrow or whenever you want to come again. Good night. And bye-bye.